Good morning, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I just couldn't stay away from Final Fantasy XIV. I have been on an absolute Final Fantasy binge of late, so I figured, yeah, just why not go for it? So last time, which was yesterday, for you non-YouTube viewers, we were doing some leveling and we progressed the main storyline where we were asked to be Gridania's envoy to the other two of Eorzean alliances to, well, renew that alliance because of the Garlean Empire's threat. So let's continue on and see where that will leave us. Fire in the gloom. Ready for that briefing? Good. Now then, here's the long and short of it. Beg pardons for interrupting you, but our needs grows ever more pressing. Have none stepped forward? And good morrow to you too, Bowlord. Your need must be pressing indeed for you to honour us with a visit. The good news is, your journey hasn't been wasted. I'm pleased to report that we have a volunteer at last, and one who comes highly recommended at that. Well, if it isn't our very own woman for all seasons. You certainly have a knack for appearing when you're most needed. My thanks for answering the call. Now, time is of the essence, so I shall proceed directly to the heart of the matter. We wish for you to nip a potential threat to Gridania in the bud. Beneath the central shroud, there lies an underground burial site called the Temtara Deepcroft. The place was once a Galmoran settlement, but we Gridanians have long interred our dead there. Of late, however, shadowy figures have been seen skulking about the Deepcroft, and with ever-increasing regularity. Based on the accounts of various witnesses, we suspect that these individuals belong to the Lambs of Dalamud, a doomsday cult which sprung up prior to the calamity. These zealots have proven themselves dangerous in the past, and we leave them to their own devices at our peril. Ordinarily, I would have dispatched my best men to scour the Deepcroft with orders to flush the cultists out. Alas, the calamity decimated our ranks, and the limited forces at my disposal are constantly required to keep the Ixal at bay. Since we thwarted their attack on the Guardian Tree, the Birdmen have not allowed us a moment's respite. They have probed every ill of our defences in search of a witness, compelling me to spread our forces far more thinly than I would like. The situation so being, we have no choice but to entrust the task of dealing with the Lambs of Dalamud to others. Can we rely on you to handle this matter, Elaine? Sure thing. You have my gratitude. Once you've seen to your preparations, pray make your way to the Deepcroft, and identify yourself to the guard posted at the entrance. He will apprise you of the latest developments. That is all. Be careful out there, you hear? May the crystal guide you and keep you. We can simply take a quicker way there by way of crystal teleportation. don't know what's going on exactly, but the game feels a little bit stuttery, so let me see if I can close some things down in the background. See if that changes anything. Let's see how this works. Okay. You're Elaine Tracan, I take it. Thanks for helping us out, friend. No doubt the Bow Lord has already informed you, but your task is to enter the Deepcraft and purge it of the Lambs of Dalamud. In case you're unfamiliar with them, the cult emerged shortly before the Calamity put an end to the 6th Astral Era. The cultists took the lesser moon Dalamud for their god, believing that it would deliver them from the devastation. And so they were rather disappointed when Dalamud exploded into 1,000 flaming pieces before it could complete its descent. Now, having seen their god turn to ash, one would think that the cultists might feel moved to question their faith. On the contrary, it served only to stoke the flames of their fanaticism. The Lambs of Dalamud are convinced that heretics, that is to say, everyone but them, interfered with the coming of their Lord and Saviour, and that it's now their sacred duty to avenge him. Whatever it is they're doing in the Deepcraft, you may be sure that no good will come of it. For the sake of Gridania and Eorzea at large, put an end to their madness. Okay, now let's quickly see about joining the Pantara Deepcraft. Already? Okay. Yeah. This is actually with other players, so we will have to be a little bit on our toes and make sure that our party members survive. I shouldn't stay too far behind. Now, because this is a party of players, it will probably be faster than we did the Sastasha Cavern yesterday, which in a way is a good thing. that was a quick and easy battle. We don't need this, so we'll prove it. Now you can't see this, but in chat, just let my party know that I am streaming. So that I might be a little bit slower at times, especially when I want to watch cutscenes, and they are absolutely amazing about it, saying that they understand. So, yay for this community. Another boss battle over here. Is that think it's a boss battle? No, this is not a boss battle. There it is. That's some money boss. Let's go friends. Help him out with a little bit of damage. And heal too. And there we go. We don't need that loot. That. We could use that. So fast. That is fine. This is a tank who knows what they're doing. And we'll stay behind a little bit after pulling a deadly side creep. Checking upon their party to see if they will pick up. So, really, I like this tank. Skipping the optional parts, that is fine by me. Okay, on to the next part, and I think this might already be the final boss. Or rather, I think the next is final boss. This is just a quick encounter. As you can see, there is nothing boss arena just beyond. Now these orbs that we just touched, they were helpful in raising the bridge. And what do we have? Oh, that looks like a minefield. We really can't be allowed to let that one survive. This is not good. Quick work of this thing. Almost done. There we go. And we leveled up too. Well, that is one threat to Gridania that we've managed to turn. Yay. Say that some of them was really good, and I believe that we're gonna press for the tank. And that was it. That was a real quick dungeon, and I do believe that because we are playing a healer class, that we probably will be getting a lot of priority on getting into these dungeons, so that really helps us clearing those out fast. Return to Mother Mew. Welcome back, Elaine. I'm reliably informed that your foray into the deep craft was a success. Nor did I expect anything less. You've made such a habit of succeeding that it's difficult not to take your talents for granted. Rest assured, however, Mother is impressed, even if she isn't surprised. Though Lord Lewin asked me to pass on his thanks. I must say, it's something of a relief to be able to call upon such a capable adventurer. Sadly, death has become an ever more common occurrence within our fraternity of late. Times being what they are, the guild is constantly inundated with petitions, and we are hard-pressed to find enough hands to deal with them all. While this means no shortage of work for able souls such as yourself, it also provides ample opportunity for the inexperienced to overreach themselves, with predictable consequences. As if to illustrate the point, Avere's gone, and it's all your fault. If it hadn't taken you an age to heal him, he would still be alive. But I tried. He bolted out of range before I could finish the spell. He shouldn't have been so hard-pressed in the first place. We should have done more to lighten his burden. To the hells with this pathetic excuse for a party. I'm leaving, and It'd be too soon if I never see your faces again. Goodbye and good riddance. I'm leaving as well. I doubt this comes as any surprise, but I never liked you. I only suffered you for your healing, but you couldn't even do that one thing right. Cruel though this may sound, you brought this upon yourself. I totally disagree. Like what I said before, that we had this tank who actually was mindful of where his party was and then stopping at the right time for the rest of his party to catch up, so that he wouldn't be overwhelmed. This is actually, what she's saying is just plain bollocks. Oh, and by way of some parting advice, get rid of Avir's head. Bury it, cremate it, do whatever the hell you like with it. But for God's sake, stop carrying it around. It's just get rid of it, alright? Wait, don't leave me alone, please. Oh, I'm so sorry, Avir. Please forgive me. Poor girl. Scenes like this have become all too common. That makes 12 times in half as many days. Now you see why I'm grateful for adventurers of your experience. I can send women like you on a mission without worrying that you might not return. Well, not so much at any rate. Speaking of missions, I would entrust you with another. About a bell ago, I received a message from my counterpart in Ulmer. She seeks the services of a reliable adventurer, and you are nothing if not reliable. If you think you might be interested in this task, say the word, and I will be glad to share the details with you. Call of the Desert. So you're not averse to taking a little trip? Wonderful. As I've mentioned earlier, the request comes from the Adventurers Guild in Ulzal. Once you arrive, seek Momodi, the proprietress of the quicksand. Think of her as the Sultanate's version of myself. Chances are she'll send you in the midst of danger, but I have every confidence that you will pull through unscathed. Now off you go, Elaine, and good luck. We can do this by teleporting, and we want to go to Ulda. Meantime, that was something I wanted to check upon, but I kind of forgot already, so must not have been that important. Off we go. On to, what did she call again? The quicksand? And there she is, Momodi. Welcome to the quicksand, friend. I'm a tad busy right now. If you wouldn't mind showing yourself to... Judging by your determined expression, I take it you ain't that here for ill. Are you called Elaine by any chance? Miyun sent word that you'd be reporting for duty. She also made a point of calling you the adventurer of the moment. That ain't no small praise coming from her. But you didn't come all the way here to listen to my prattle. Doubtless you're eager to get started. So let's talk business, shall we? I remembered what I wanted to do, and yep, I checked it. Let's return into a copper hell. The petitioner ought to be arriving any moment now. Gods almighty! Another second under that sun and I would have been set afire. A tankard of ale, if you would be so kind. Excellent timing, Papashan. It just so happens the adventurer who will be handling your petition is here. So this winsome lass is the much-lauded adventurer, is she? Marvellous, marvellous. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lady. I am Papashan, formerly of the Sultan's Sworn. I thank you for agreeing to lend us your aid. Mayhap you'd like to apprise Elaine of her mission? Yes, of course. The petition in question was submitted by an acquaintance of mine at Amagina's and Sons Mineral Concern. It relates to an unfortunate development at Copperbell Mines. To be plain, giants have seized control of the place. These giants are of the clan known as the Hackathon-Shears, fearsome creatures who were sealed within the deepest depths of the mines during bygone Thorn Dynasty. Alas, it seems they have managed to break through the layer of rock which served to imprison them, and now prowl the tunnels where the miners ply their trade. The creatures are justifiably angry about their treatment at the hands of our ancestors, and their presence has forced the suspension of all mining activities on the site. It's no wonder they're angry. Didn't the Thorn Dynasty come to an end over 300 years ago? You know your history well, my lady. The people of that age used the Hackathon-Shears to work their mines. By way of enchanted helms, they were able to bind the ferocious creatures to their will. But as is oft in the way in such tales, these enchantments eventually failed, and the slaves rose up against their masters. In a desperate bid to contain the unbridled fury of the Hackathon-Shears, that's hard to pronounce. Our ancestors induced the collapse of the mine's lowermost levels. So it was that the great giant revolt was ended, buried beneath 100,000 tons of rock. Well now, that's got me thinking. I seem to recall there being an article about Coppermill in the Mithril Eye a fortnight or so ago. It said the mines were being reopened so as to meet the rising demand for building materials. Like as not, our boys dug a bit too deep and freed the giants. Gods, to think the poor creatures are still alive and kicking after 3 centuries. That's a long time to nurse a grudge. They must be seething. Indeed, and that makes them a danger to us all. There will be no mining at Copperbell so long as they remain. For the sake of both peace and prosperity, they must be subdued. This is the task which we would have you undertake. I'll not deny that the mission will be rife with danger, but our need is great, and so I beg you, put an end to this sorry business. Gods bless you. I feared you might have reservations, but I assure you it is for the best. In case you don't know, Copperbell Mines are in Western Thanalan. Do take care, you hear? And one last thing before you depart. An employee of Amangina and Sons is presently at the quicksand. The fellow's name is Painted Mesa, and he knows Copperbell Mines well. It may behoove you to seek his counsel. Shall do, sir. Shall do indeed. Looking for Painted Mesa? You found him. So you're the adventurer who's volunteered to deal with the mess down in Copperbell, are you? You've got guts, miss. I just hope you've got skills to go with them, 'cause things ain't pretty down there. The Hackathon-Shears have left the place in right state, and nary a week after mining resumed. I don't know if you know this, but Copperbell was old when the second old dynasty was still young, and it was abandoned centuries ago. If it hadn't been for the shortage of materials needed for the rebuilding effort, the concern would never have thought to reopen it. We knew full well about the giants beforehand, but the project went ahead anyway. I mean, nothing could possibly survive being buried on a mountain's worth of rock for 3 centuries, right? Wrong! Our miners dug up more than they bargained for. One swing of the pickaxe too many, and they found themselves in the company of giants. Unless we can subdue them, the nation's glorious recovery will grind to a halt for want of aught to build with. The stone torches are keeping watch over the entrance in case the giants fancy some sunlight and fresh air. One of them will be able to show you the way in. The hope of the nations resting on you, friend. Best of luck. Okay. Now, I need to go to Western Panaland, I believe. That. Over there. So, that's where we'll go. And perhaps we might be able to find an aetherite crystal on the way. Ah, we'll see. It's not exactly on the way. It's a little bit out of the way, in fact. But if we look to the left here, we can see an aetherite crystal right there. And I think we are just going to take a quick detour to get it. Oops, almost went the wrong way there. And I think after we've done this one, we'll do the level 25 Gunjura quest. See if we can progress that quest line a little bit. And there's the crystal. So where we ought to have gone the other way, this is just a quick detour, because getting these crystals is always a good thing. So quickly grab the chocobo keep here. Oh, and we don't need to. That's cool. And now quickly get on to the Copperbell mines. And once we get there, we'll probably have to do, I believe will be the third and last dungeon at least of the initial ones. So let's go. There's been an incident inside Copperbell Mines. We are here to ensure that its effects are contained, but for your own safety, I suggest you stay well away from here. What? You're the adventurers volunteered to quell the Hackerton Churs? I didn't think that Papashan would be able to find someone so quickly. if at all. The giants are content to wreak havoc inside the mines for now. It's only a matter of time before they think to come outside. The sooner you see to them, the better. Make ready as best you can and enter at will. Okay. Let's connect. Get ready for the party. And in the meantime, we might as well run back while we wait for... Oh! There we are ready. That is really nice. Let's see how what this place looks like. Oh, those are mines, all right. See what we'll find here. Know that I am streaming, and there we go, and thank them for waiting for me. That was really nice of them. It looks like that this tank is a little bit less experienced and opting to pull only one group at a time, while we see that this DPS is quite a bit more experienced and is running ahead and then bringing the mobs back to us, which I think is a good idea because that will make things quite a bit faster and it will make things a little bit more interesting for me, as I can now heal to my heart's content. And if she continues to be like this, I will actually spend my accommodation on her. As we've seen in the previous dungeon, at the end of every dungeon, we can commend one of the party members for doing a really good job. And I really like this David Stealer, because she not only runs ahead but she also runs back, making absolutely sure that I am caught up. Now we have to use the fire sand, I think, and put it into the blasting chamber. Blast rocks. And then go ham on, I believe, at least some boss. So this should be very easy. Oh, dang it. Oh. Gotcha. Even though he definitely went the wrong way at first. This was easy. There we go. Treasure. Read on that. Quickly. Need of that. Then go to the lift, rejoin our party. I think we need to go here, and that's for a blasting powder, probably from oh, that's not working. There we go. Let's put in the fire sand. Boom! Even more of the mines uncovered. She will pick up the next pieces of blasting sand. Okay. A big jelly. Should be able to deal with this fairly quickly. Done. Don't need that. Skip the parts that we don't need. A little bit of piece of our mind. I'll also deal with these tabs. Ensure that our party survives. Also don't need that. And the final boss is upon us already. Oh dear. Something is trying to break free there. And that looks big. Ups. Down. Soon to be Tiger destroyed. Goodbye. Always love these battle victory scenes. Let's accommodate. Oh, that's the only one left, so lucky for him. Down here. And that means we can simply return to Ul'dah. And we have to return to Painted Mesa. Even though I can run, I believe this Adventurers Guild Aetherite Shard will take us there faster, so quickly do teleportation, and here we are, Painted Mesa. I come to report my victory. Wait, what? Ah, the Conqueror of Copperbell returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ul'dah will have the materials he needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papashan the next time I see him. As for you, You'll want to report to Momodi. It'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. Easy enough. No! What is going on? Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine. You stole from me. Don't even think to deny it. Please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with my own coin. What rot! You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford maggoty mold, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm going to say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you'd never set foot in this town. What is he on about? Just accusing random people just because they are refugees? Well, that's just stupid. By rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades, you know. Help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear of your crime. The pervert. Damn! The absolute gall of the man. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 as me witness. Please, adventurer, help me. I beg of you. I swear on my mother's grave, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I'd saved, only wanted to treat me children to a decent meal. I will not stand for this. Bullies are bullies. And who the hells are you when you're at home? This dog's master? I've had enough of this mother's farce. You lot, teach them a lesson. How are we gonna fight in the middle of the streets? Apparently we are. Well, they'll soon find out the hard way that you do not mess with me. All you can throw at me? Oh. That sucker. He will not survive this. Down. Three down. And finally, that's 3 down. And here's why you do not mess with me. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Thank you, kind of entry. Thank you thrice over. Oh boy. Are we gonna have a vision again? Looks like it. But what do we have a vision of? I'd swear there were more refugees than when last I looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily solved. Though they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. I see. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in the other cities? If the talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Ul'dah had a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that the refugees would try their luck here first. My heart goes out to them, it truly does. But I would be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, if things do take a turn for the worse, we always have the immortal flames. I dare say the brass blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Ghalane Empire, patrolling the streets for riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. Well, some of them might, but if people keep harassing the refugees like that stupid merchant was, yeah, duh. What else are they gonna do? You know what this place is like. If you've no coin, you've no hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins, get your dodo tenderloins, guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please come again. Now that was the girl that we saved earlier. Now, this confirms that she bought it with her own coin. Looking around, you'd think that Uldar was well on his way to recovery. But peer through the veil of prosperity, and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Also gonna grab me a little bit to drink. Madam? Are you alright? What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? Just like you did a moment ago, before I absolutely trounced your hired bodyguards? Also, is that Ida standing there in the background? Isn't she supposed to be in Gridania? What? Saw her buy that meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? Everyone did. I will overlook this, but just this once. What an asshole. God bless you, adventurer. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what that monster might have done. It don't bear thinking about. Case closed. Hello again. It is Ida. We have been keeping a close eye on you ever since you left Gridania. You discharged your duty as envoy impeccably, and never once faltered in the face of myriad dangers. But more importantly, you were always ready to help those in need, even if you didn't stand to earn a gil by doing so. You are possessed of all the qualities we seek in an adventurer. Of this we are convinced. Even if you were the kind of dragged into that business with a dodo. Yes, thank you, Ida. Ahem. And then there is the matter of your gift. I dare say you are curious as to the nature of the vision you bore witness to moments ago. Well, we can help you to understand it. That would be quite nice, actually. You're not the only one with that power, you know. We have a friend who has it too, and we'd love for you to meet her. And meeting her is only the beginning, for we'd also have you lend your strength to our cause. In return, we should be glad to assist your adventuring endeavors in whatever way we are able. Should you decide to take us up on our offer, and I sincerely hope you will, pray speak with Mamoli. The proprietress of the Quicksand is a good friend of ours. She will tell you where to find us. Wait a minute. We haven't even told you the name of our order. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Defenders of Justice. Oh, but don't tell anyone, except for Momodi. She knows already. Okay, let us return to Momodi. This way, I think. Yes, here we go. Scenes like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Course, I do enjoy hearing tell of a gentleman's woes with the women folk from time to time. The little gossiper. Ah, Elaine, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance for a fresh off the carriage adventurer. But gods, it's good to see you safe and well. To look at you, no one would ever guess you'd been hard at it with giants in the dark. You're every ilm the adventurer Mune said you'd be, Elaine. The station master will be overjoyed when he hears the news. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who wants a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew who she meant right away. Oh, that's the girl we met earlier in Gridania. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. My name is Edda. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania when I'm sorry, we were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avir, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded had a fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think of the woman you are, of all that you achieved, I find that I am inspired, just as Avir once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask your name. Elaine Trakand, I shan't forget. Thank you, Elaine. I pray that we will meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be a cruel, bleeding business. Time was, I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot, though it'd be a right pain in the arse looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes double for yours, Lynn. Huh? What did you say? You want to know about the science of the Seventh Dawn? They're beginning to move in earnest then. Listen, Elaine, the Scions ain't no ordinary folk. and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. Yay! The Science of the Seventh Dawn. So you want to know more then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear, if I patent certain death on one door and limitless wealth on another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being Ul'dan. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust the Science of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who've made it their mission to solve some of Eorzea's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task, and so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you, Elaine. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Science, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalan. The place you're looking for is called Wakened Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance and you'll be let in. You're a woman in the Mandalay, and the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget about them as helped make you into the adventurer you are. Drop in and tell them how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Right, well, I've said my piece. Off you go. Okay, let's quickly see where that is. Yep, that should not be too far a walk. Now, shall we continue with the main quest or go with the class quest? You know what? I think we're going to do the main quest line until we reach about level 30, and then we can do 2 main class quests at the same time. So let's go teleport to the nearest crystal. And move off. Absolutely love how soothing this music is. Sorry about that. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms. yearning for the heavens above, to quench my thirst for you. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. And excuse me for my horrendous singing, but hey, if they're singing in character, I will sing as well. Ah! I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that. Now please be advised that this is private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to... Oh, but I have business here. Here at the behest of Ida and Papalimo. My sincerest apologies. May I please have your name? It's Elaine. Elaine. Ah, here you are. Ahem. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tatarin, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent. My God, words are hard. The antecedent is within the solar. Let's just call it that. The antecedent. I shall let her know to expect you. Okay. Let's enter. I take it you are Elaine. Tatar sent word that you had arrived. Lady Minfilia has eagerly awaited your coming. This way, if you please. Let's grab some gil.
So you're the adventurer of whom I've heard so much.
I am.
Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming.
I always like it when they do their own voice acting.
Please, be at ease. You are among friends here.
When they do their own voice acting, at least it'll give you a little bit more of an idea of their personality.
No doubt you are right to burst with questions. But have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea.
Looks sounds good so far.
Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals.
I would like to know what the Primals are.
Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space, a mind without a body?
Yeah.
All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo.
The Echo?
The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you.
Well, that at least is something that's quite useful, as we saw with that poor woman who was accused of doing something that she didn't do.
It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
That's right. I too possess the echo. With that established, let us return to the subject of the primals.
Please do.
So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm.
Okay.
I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose.
Okay.
Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it?
Yeah.
And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Okay, yeah, sounds good, I suppose. I still don't know what the primals are, though. Well, no more voice acting, that's unfortunate. Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford you certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, my lady. Thank you, Tato. The pleasure is mine, my lady. By way of a welcoming gift, I've taken the liberty of adding your name to the Retainers Registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that retainers will prove invaluable to you in your adventuring endeavors. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. A mutually beneficial relationship, I am sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me, but it is important that all concerned are aware of what is expected of them. Now you know our purpose and what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our orders password, which our members use to reach one another when afield. It is Wild Rose. Pray keep it safe. Will do. I was gonna join you anyway, so yeah. Seems fine by me. Oh, hiring a retainer. Retainers are helpful NPCs who can be hired. Sorry about that. who can be hired by players to carry out such tasks as storing excess gil and gear or selling unwanted items on the markets. They may also be sent afield on ventures. I want to know what these ventures are. A contract of service can be drafted by Friddlewhip in Limsa Lominsa, Parnell in Gridania, Chachabi in Ulda, Prunilla in Isgard, or Kazashi in Kugain. Now, I suppose that the last two are probably expansions. But okay. So, I think when we go back to Gridania, we should search out this Parnell figure. We Scions have but one objective: to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer, Elaine. I will go whither the wild rose blooms. A wild rose by any other name.
I take it you will help us.
I take it. Oh. Voice acting
Wonderful.
again.
I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Sharlayan ring any bells?
I have heard of it, yes.
It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons.
Okay.
Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popalimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
I've met them before.
Hello there.
Welcome! I had every confidence that you would agree to help us.
Me too.
I like Ida. She's so bright and springy. I also like this.
Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
I really like this little thing they have going between them. Sort of rivalry.
He is our man here in Ulda, Jewel of the Desert.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Yastola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Yastola.
Greetings.
I have seen that name before. I think she used to be in one of the trailers somewhere. Well, whatever.
Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Will do.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Oh god, he's one of those philosopher types.
The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
I have thus noted.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Pleased to make your acquaintance as well, miss.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task.
Okay.
Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
Yeah.
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
Okay, that doesn't sound good.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a Primal is involved.
Okay, please tell me more.
Aye. The evidence left behind implicates the Emoja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit.
Ooh. Ifrit? Flame being, I believe?
If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a Primal.
That you may
Okay.
better understand the nature of our struggle with the Primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation.
Okay, yeah, that would be nice.
You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ulda.
Okay.
Ever at your service, fair lady.
Cool. So, basically, we go primal hunting, I suppose? Or at the very least, figure out what all these primal things are about. Ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions. Crimes which we believe to be connected. Assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on that caravan, our friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abductions should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Tribune, so that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isambard serves as the camp's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see that he gives us his full cooperation. Okay. So where is this at? Well, the easiest way to get there, I think, is by going to Ulda, Central Fanaland. Okay. let us go there. I'll say it will take a while by foot, but it is what it is. And perhaps in this investigation of ours, we might be able to come across a couple of these creatures we need to be hunting anyways. So that would really be nice. And there in the distance, one of the Aetherites we want to visit. The city looks actually quite pretty from afar. Really pretty. I can't imagine why it's called the Jewel of the Desert. Chocobo Porter. Okay. Where do you go now? Kind of went the wrong way there, I think. Let's go here in Eastern Panel. But that's fine. Straight through this canyon. That is one big tomb. My god. Oh. Those ants are nothing to sneer at either. And there we see it, the tip of the Aetherite crystal. What? Oh, there. I am so blind at times. I just read right past it. I'm Ethermar, here to search for the missing folk, I take it. Menphilia sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of their Malja. It seems we know who the culprits are at the very least. Now I bear no official title at this time, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help see the victims safely return. Now, before we continue, it has been an hour and a half, and I think this would be a very good time to have a quick break. So I will see you in a few minutes. Toodles! And I'm back! Yay! Let's continue. However, before we go on with the main storyline, I see there is this delivery mogul in the background, and I've had this letter in the top of my screen that I've been worrying about for a long time. So I am just going to quickly go through this and see what it says. Okay. Some basic adventuring gear. Yep, sure, thank you. Well, having done that, let us continue. unsolved mystery. Let us get right into it then. Minfilia names the Amalja culprits notice. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Amalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the church of Saint Adama Landama, innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the deed before mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Amalja still linger. Would you secure their remains for me, friend? You will find them on the eastern road. 12 willing, you may even come to learn something of what the Amalja seek in the city. Okay. Where do we need to go? Down south. Okay. Let us make our way there quickly. This is not nice. Come on. I don't like this. Go away from me. It's just evil of you. I don't like evil. Okay. Now, I've gotten the corpses. I will return to Isambard and tell of what we have found. Jump down. That's an easy jump for us. It is good to see you return. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen? Yes, I have. With the bodies given back proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what of the Amalja? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Amalja remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the low-born disappearing is all but confirmed, but I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amalja raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great, and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit in these vanishings? Well, what poor people think. What say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves? It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of Ungust who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him, else he's not like to speak to. Okay. Let's go talk to this Ungust fella. It's him! Damn asshole. Well, gods be damned. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Uldar. What in the seven hells do you want me with me now? As much as it pains me, I need your assistance. Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours, Isambard. Folk around here are as wary as they come. Hey Dante for chills. Hello, hello. I think I'll just call you Dante if that's okay with you. Welcome in, how are you? Also, hi Ragson. Welcome in, how are you? Folk around here are as wary as they come. They'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Played them all for fools and coax some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before. What with all the disappearances. You can go talk to him yourself if you don't believe me. Now we have to go speak with the common folk. Yeah, I'm doing great. I had taken a break from streaming for like 8 months or so because I was really busy with basketball and stuff. And I returned last Sunday, I believe, and I got back into Final Fantasy, and I was like, God, I like this game so much. I like the story. I love Final Fantasy as a whole, so I figured, why not just do a complete playthrough starting at level 1 and show and share like the journey that this game has taken us on with everyone. Please, miss, just leave me be. Okay. I've nothing to say but this. They'll take who or whatever's been feeding our father's love folk. They sound like they are really scared. Welcome back, Raxon. Sorry I missed you earlier. Well, what do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please don't kill me. These folk are absolutely terrified. Something is definitely amiss. I hope we can get to the bottom of this. Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and move to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. I hate that guy. He's such an asshole. Welcome back, Elaine. Have you learned aught of import? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from Ungust. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if they speak freely to their God, then the clergy may know something of use. Nothing useful there. Isambard, a proper burial. If we would know what the common folk speak of to their gods, we've no better place to ask than the church of Saint Adama Landama. It is a small and humble church, found to the northwest of here. And so long as you are headed there, might I ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be borne to burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Marcus. He tends the graves of the Lich Child. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. Sure. Do we go there? I think this is the... No. I need to go here. I do need to go here. Yeah. God. I fell in love with Final Fantasy when I first saw Final Fantasy XIV played by a classmate of mine back in high school, like ages and ages ago. And I then proceeded to buy Final Fantasy VIII, I believe, because I didn't actually have a PlayStation, but 8 did have a port to the PC. So yeah, that was my first foray into Final Fantasy, and God, I have to say I love every single one of them. Though I do think that for its sheer emotional roller coaster, Final Fantasy X, with the awkward laugh scene, that is my favorite, I think. Though I will admit that I really love 9 with Zidane and like what's her name? Princess Garnet, I think. That is also a really good story, but God, every Final Fantasy has an amazing story behind it. Even Final Fantasy XII, which I will say is a very, very big departure from Final Fantasies before that, as they had this gambit system where you could basically program your party to do things. And I've been replaying that for a while, and I will say that there have been times when I've just went into a boss fight, put my controller down, went into the kitchen, done some stuff, came back and won. And while it's kind of fun to program your party to do the things that you want them to do, it also kind of detracts from the gameplay, because it kind of takes away from that sense of satisfaction of getting a job done. But yeah, still, Final Fantasy, amazing story, amazing cutscenes. Like, they even made this animated movie based on Final Fantasy VII, I think. God, that looked awesome. And I really wish that more games would do like those really lifelike proper cutscenes that Square Enix has always done. Anyway, let us continue. I am Marquez, yes. A body? Of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, miss. If you seek a place of burial, then there is an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay him to rest there. Rest in peace, my unknown fellow. May your soul ever be restful. May they all walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But maybe Sister Orson can. She has been kind to me. Everyone. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why though. Pardon me. You will find Sister Orson within the church walls. There. I hear you have done as the service of burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard when next you see him. You seek knowledge of missing dry bone inhabitants? It is true I am closer to the people than any other of the order. I confide in them, and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marquez would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marquez, and soon. Okay, let's go back to Isambard. Oh, Chocobo Keep. Also, let me go check on something real quick again. See? I knew I missed it. Dante, I am so sorry about missing your follow. Thank you very much. Love you. I really need to set up some sound attached to that, because otherwise I will just miss those things. Thank you, Lane. A burial is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Lane? Oh, that's Thancred. A pleasure, my dear Isambard. The name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I, too, spoke with Angast, more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance. Abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes confession, the good Sister Orson herself? Orson? She wouldn't. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye to this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper Marquez. I'd swear to the 12 I've seen that face elsewhere before. For the children. Sister Orson, it cannot be, though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, and it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children. But no, it could not be she, could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray seek out the boy, Lane, and see if you cannot glean something from him about Urson's activities. Okay, shall do so. Ooh, chocobo keep is good to have. Makes it easier. Also, I am going to quickly check. Hadrian, welcome! I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? As I was about to say, I'm going to check when I will be able to get a chocobo of my own. Okay, just follow the main quest apparently. Also, I have to quickly do something real quick. Okay, having done that, let us continue. Please help. Sister Urson went out all on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here about Val and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it. But what if the monsters outside hurt her? Please find her. That way. There she is. What? Stop. You are not helping me. Sister Urson, are you alright? You are the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes. Well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It is a ring given him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. Back to Camp Primal we go. And we do that by teleporting because that's a lot quicker. I'm doing well, Adrin. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm really enjoying getting back into streaming. I don't think that even in the past I've streamed as much as I did in the last couple of days. Like, aside from Monday, which is a local holiday here, I streamed every single day since Sunday. And yeah, God, I love it. Sister Ulsen was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. Gods forfend. I will secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of orphans, and risking her own well-being in the doing no less? Certainly not the dastardly deeds Tancred would have us believe. Amalja Wrong Places. I am well glad I reserved that inn room for Sister Orson. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she was expected to make a full recovery. But now, on to the matter at hand. Tancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. So, what have you been up to lately, Adrin? Done any... Oh. Just enlighten me. What have you been doing? You need to go south. Through this absolute torrent of rain. But at least it should still be easy going as we're running through low-level territory. What the... Okay. Did you guys see that? That was a massive robot. Damn. Monster Hunter Wilds. And how do you like it so far? Ah, there you are, Elaine. So good of you to come. Indeed. I've heard all about good Sister Ursun. Isambard said her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Ursun near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let us say that I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Elaine. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Beat the base story. And what do you mean with real grind? Is that the grind up to high level or the grind for gear? And I do believe that the base game itself is fairly easy to complete, but once you beat that, the monsters become like incredibly more difficult. Is that a good read I have on it? Let us go inside this camp, see if we need to fight any of them. Looks like we do. But they shouldn't last that long. And there we go. So, search for a clue in Amalja encampment. So where could it be? Where could it be? Where could it... Oh, there it is. A leaflet. Let's go back to Ifrit. Well, there's fireworks over there. What's that? No, it's just NPCs. I can understand that, Adrin. I started playing Monster Hunter World, I think. And even though I kind of like the game, I kind of like the mechanics, the game also does like a really poor job of explaining what you can do and what you should do, so that it kind of became too much of a slog for me. So unfortunately, when Monster Hunter Wilds dropped, my hardware unfortunately is not able to support that game, I figured, nah, I'm not gonna bother with it. However, I think that if you have a chat with Yusei, he'll probably be more than happy to show you the ropes. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? I found this leaflet. See the wealth of knowledge to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits about Nalthal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe one among the Order Pentas. Pray take this to the inn at Camp Tribone. Let us see what Sister Urson makes of it. Let's go, Camp Tribone. Yeah, that seems like a really good idea. Not to get into a rut, do too much. Yeah, that will make it feel like repetitive. I think you're right there. I need to go here. No, not here. Probably over there, I guess. Ha! There we are. I must say, this is kind of why I really enjoy games like Lord of the Rings Online and basically all Final Fantasies, because the story there is just always amazing, and only once you reach like the highest levels, then it will get repetitive, and not before. My savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? What is this? Blasphemous! These are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order. Of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago, the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive the people? That does sound like it might be the thing. Let's Oh god. The plot thickens, Elaine. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There is no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how best to handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned here. This way. Isambard. So, what else are you playing to fill up the gaps in between Monster Hunter? Posing as a priest? To think these troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again, Elaine. I shall keep my ears and eyes open now more than ever. Well, I did so with a little bit of help from Ifrit, so we should be thanking him as well. Crest to the sea. I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon more innocence. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon more innocence will fall victim. Oh, you've been getting back into 14! Oh, that's so nice! So, well, then I suppose your presence here is not a coincidence. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let Elaine and me serve like with like by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. I dare to hope that this will yield the answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in a battle, but I can supplement the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, so long as you don't mind the smells and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Elaine, so as to lay the foundation for our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priests should catch wind and approach us. We'll do that. Now, let's see. Open my armor chest. Find the things that I need to be equipping. That is one. Other slops. Okay. That should be it, I think. Greetings, good man. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Maybe you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate. I preach the teaching of Azema, the warden. Hast thou come to partake of the honey of our wisdom? Azema is keeper of the sun and goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of a divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. Did I miss something? think that is up there. So Adrian, what kind of class/job are you playing? What is it? God, not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomsoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? Well, these locals definitely do not like us. And you are? Another refugee by the looks of you. The immortal flames have neither work nor coins for you. Be gone, and see to it you don't make a nuisance for yourself. Not to put too fine a point on it, Captain, but I do believe that your company is very, very thin stretched as it is, so any help would be probably a good thing. Some people are just too blind to see beyond their own noses. And I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now, get out of here so I can finish my story. Here we go. You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, woman. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants, and though we were unable to attract a wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in schools. Sure, no problem. Okay. Let's go. Oh. Yep, I need to go. Okay, cool. A fine morning for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing them, positively dressed for deception. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor, unfortunate souls. There is no way for men to live. No way at all. I'm so sorry, but poor, unfortunate souls just reminds me of The Little Mermaid and Ursula. That is such an amazing song, and I wish I could do it justice, but considering that my singing voice is absolute shite, I will not assault your ears with that. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Nalpa, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teachings of Nal. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made a god's awful mummer, Ungust. What? How did you know? You bastards tricked me. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago the Amaljar raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm, and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew. And so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amaljar in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands. Outrageous ones. Demands? Of what kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanoa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Amaljar. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence? You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you are not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak! The war was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell more meat for a score of lifetimes and not see even a fraction of what the Amaljar paid me. You sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets? Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. I second those sentiments. He is beneath my contempt. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourselves or the gods. Not you again! Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth. But no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Elaine, be a dear and take word of those developments to Nymphilia, would you? I shall prize everything I can out of this bit. Yes, please do. And I don't care what kind of methods you use. Really, I don't. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. Okay. No, not that. That will go back to here on. Also, I need to go to Western Panalan. Teleport there because I need to have a chat with Nymphilia. Well, let me quickly check my hunting log. I do think there were some things that Eastern Thanalan, well, we would. I mean, we are in Western Thanalan. Southern, South, East Shroud, South Shroud, Western Thanalan, The Footfalls, Laughing Toad, and lead goblin. And that's from here. But I think those are just beyond this particular area. So let us have a quick visit there and see if we can fill up our hunting log. We just need 2 of each of them. Let's see if I'm allowed in here. Yay! These I do not care about at all. But here we are, lead goblin. Done. That's the first one at least. Now let's see if we can find those laughing toads around here. They are around here, right? The footfalls. Should be. I think that's a laughing toad. No, that's a giggling gem toad. There's a laughing toad. Let's quickly dispatch of that one. Well, the big toad also wants to have a piece of me, but that is fine. I can deal with him very easy. Goodbye. One more toad. There we go. That's it. And now we can go to Minfilia and continue our quest. And I think once we do have our own chocobo to ride, that should be the time when we ought to be finishing our hunting log. But for now, Hello, Tato. Let's have a chat with Minfilia. Welcome back, Elaine. I am pleased that you and Tancred have been getting along. I see. You have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Tancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Amaljar know the answer. Suffice it to say they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Life, materia, and everything. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Mutamix is ever to be found at his camp in central Thanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way will become clear. Cool. Let's go. Oh god. I forgot to attune myself to that one. I am an idiot. Oh, okay. I suppose that will be the quickest option then. Oh. I suppose we have no other option but to move south. Through Western Thanalan, over the Great Bridge there. What good is a detour to go to a crystal and then not attune yourself to it? Bad me. Central Thanalan. Cool. Quickly get to the crystal. This time do not forget to attune myself. Railroad tracks. I like the idea of that. And move on. Phew! Ah. Sorry about that. Mutamix Bubbly Pops. Who is Uplander come to tendering of Mutamix Bubbly Pops? Fighty2 drinks in Erisel. When full of Erisel, Fighty2 changes to Stony Shine, name of materia. If materia join with other Fighty2, then Big Eyes, Fighty2 gains power of Erisel. Mutamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Minfilia. Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Mutamix with fastness. Minfilia wants Uplander to see power of materia. Uplander brings Fighty2 to Mutamix, yes? Yeah, just gave it to you. There you go. Fighty2 is unstrong as eating tool. Make good teacher show of power of materia. The Materia Master. New eyes of Uplander point at Fighty2, yes? Materia joined with Fighty2. There we go! Fighty2 gains power of materia. Fighty2 reborn. Here Uplander, take Fighty2 to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the Ifrit constituents from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mutamix turned that dagger of yours from someone as would have struggled to cut steak into a weapon worth wielding. Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia? Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learning ones of Mutamix. Well, we have to go back to Minfilia. So, use the Aetherite again. And take a quick sprint over to Minfilia. I have said it before and I will say it again. I know how soothing this music is on long tracks. So why am I not making this journey by choice? I hadn't even noticed that guy. Well, for next time I guess. Hello Tato! Yes, enter. Welcome back, Elaine. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of material can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the result to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I'm sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Elaine, so make it your ally. Now, it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak with me when you are ready to begin. So that is a weapon coffer, so might as well grab it, see if it's any useful. It is not. Now I have absolutely no idea how this really works, but oh well. I am going to take a quick break though, so I will be back in a few minutes. Toodles! And I am back. Sorry for the wait. Let's continue with the main storyline. Lord of the Inferno. Word has arrived from Tancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungast, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amaljar to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amaljar responsible for the abductions. Thank you, Adrin! And so they mean to have Ungast attend as planned. As the Amaljar are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provided to them, Elaine. Tancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Well, Camp Drybone is easy enough. There we go. There's a sergeant, probably in here somewhere. There we go. Ah, you're Elaine of the Scions? My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amaljar and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The lizardmen aren't aware that their man, Ungast, has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amaljar plot if the mission succeeds. Succeeds, Elaine. Let's make sure it does. Okay. Camp Drybone. No, not Camp Drybone. Up north. Now, I could technically take a chocobo from the chocobo keep to the Golden Bazaar, but I think walking is probably just as quick in this case. Yay, thank you! I am waiting on my chocobo. Other than that, though, Adrin, even though I've played through quite a bit of this earlier, it would be nice to have this as spoiler-free as possible. Let's go! There he is, the bastard. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Thank you, Adrin. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Good. Yes, sir. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. The rotten bastard. I hope he falls down the stairs and dies in a fire. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the immortal flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed this? It was almost as if someone was feeding me information from the inside. Traitor! Absolute douche! Your every moment was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Can we get rid of him? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it. We will have to deal with this, with these Amalja. Doing a good job with killing all these Amalja. Let's move them along a little bit. Oh boy. Almost dead. Maybe we should just go this one. So let's just focus here. And should our allies need a little bit of healing, I can always turn that to run and help them. But for now, let us focus on the big guy. think that might be how we win this battle. Or almost seems like all we needed to do was just survive. Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you! Uh-oh. I think that might have been a sleep spell. Bring her. The rest of you, march. Traitorous scum. Pour me a little bit to drink. Also, I think I may need to do some adjusting to the HUD, because right now I have the party list over here and I may need to have it a little bit to the side. Let's see how this works. And I'm saying that because I know what comes next, and that is a battle with quite a few players, so I might need a little bit more room for them and not have them clogging my hotbars. I fear the Amaljar mean to give us to their god as an offering. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death, with steel in hand. Okay. Let us sign up for the Bowl of Embers. And wait while we get there. Let's hope we get a party quite quick. Sometimes waiting is part of what you have to do. Oh, let's see what he has to say. Listen well. These waters feed into the marshes of Drybone. A short swim will see us to freedom. However, if all of us attempt to flee, we are like to be discovered. You alone must sneak out and assemble a rescue party. Whoa! I do believe we do not need to do this. Here we go! Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. There we go. Ifrit. Ooh. Almighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhead. If it please you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame and mark them as your own. Bloody hells! Bring those two as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed. None but servant of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God, they seem to have been brainwashed. Your words are my bread. Impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation. I think he speaks of Haydn. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art of the godless blessed number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thy existence is not to be suffered. Okay. Our faith, we ought to banish you whence you came. There we go. Yay! Downstairs. I don't know exactly what it does, but I'd rather take it down anyway. Back up. Oh, I do not want to send them out. Almost done. And there we go. Ifrit, go back. You are not welcome in this realm. It will probably be some time before they are able to summon it yet again. And there it is. Ifrit's crystal. Now, in previous Final Fantasies we were able to summon these kinds of beings, but I do believe that in 14, they are only summoned as evil guys? Thank you! To be honest, it wasn't that hard. But I suppose this is just the beginning. Pray forgive my lateness. Thancred with reinforcements. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalia zealots. I swear, each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent loss. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives, no less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked man. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Lily. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. Quite literally so. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybones, shall we say? This way, sir. Let's go. So that was the mighty Ifrit. Uh-oh. That's one of the Empire's, I think, generals or something? And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Ul'dan interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I'm troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. She's a lively looking one. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Oh, I received a play accommodation. That is nice. Where can I view those? Do you know by any chance, Adrin, where I can view where I have either given or received commendations from other party members? Because I have no idea. Well, let us have a chat with Tancred. Ah, there you are, Elaine. Come, rest a while. You will have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Amaljar will be less inclined to risk our wrath. For a time, please. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the adeptees. I can see my comms in the reputation tab of my character. Okay, then I will have a check once I'm done talking with Tancred. They may be a whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds. For once a man is tempered. Ah, but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Lynn. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. Sure, if that would ease your mind, Tancred, just go right ahead. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax and return to the waking sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Fine, fine. But first, reputation. Okay. 3 commendations. That is pretty nice. Considering I have done 4 parties so far. Like 3 for the starter dungeons and this one. I don't know what I can do with them, but hey, always nice to see people thinking highly of me. Now, we have to teleport to Horizon, I believe. Do you happen to know what you can do with the commendations, Drin? By the way, is it Adrin or Adrin? Or something else entirely? There's achievements tied to them. Okay. Achievements. Probably under character, commendation. Okay. That's a few. Interesting. Well, I will say though that probably being either a healer or a tank will be a lot easier to get commendations, I think. Adrin. Adrin. Okay. I will try to remember. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Tataru. Ah, the triumphant hero returns. Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. Sure. Let's see if this is voiced. Nope. My late arrival nearly cost Elaine her life. I wasn't there when the Amaljar took her prisoner, and I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle she survived, but that does not excuse the fact that she should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed her utterly, just as I'm failing you all. No! What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Elaine, it's so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You've done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear, and now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amaljar undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Uldar. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume Aether if they are to maintain their presence here, and the stronger they become, the more Aether they require. Now Aether, I think Aetherite, yeah, Aether. Aether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of Aether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be tracked back to a primal. Hey Kuroi! Welcome in! We have just completed our first trial, defeating Ifrit, and if I'm not mistaken, we are shortly bound to receive our very first chocobo. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. Yeah, I'm moving up in the world. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of Aether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon toward which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Well, this would kind of have been good information to know before I was dragged in front of a primal. But oh well. Why is there a broken cane behind Minfilia? Don't tell me if this is lore that will be explained at some point. I don't want to be spoiled, but I am wondering. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents really give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a greater power protects us. Heidelin! When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Elaine. Yeah? The one, like, right here? But again, if that is lore that is given to us through the main storyline, do not spoil it. If it is not, please enlighten me. What is it? You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia had neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. Oh, Louis' broken cane from the Bahamut incident, like when the Dalamud, lesser moon Dalamut descended and broke open, freeing Bahamut. Basically, the calamity. Nothing of any consequence. Okay, well, thank you. That is still an interesting tidbit of lore. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerned the tempered abductees that were rescued. I am sorry to report that all are to be put to death, the flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. They put to death? Is tempering that permanent? Irreversible? Shit, that sucks. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we scions continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Elaine. God, yeah. Let's hope we can get rid of these primals before they do any tempering. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louis Soir would never have allowed this to happen. I have to be better. I have to be stronger. Oh, poor Thancred. We all do the best we can. Not much more can be expected of us. A hero in the making. Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter you travelled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Ida and Papalimo that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the Primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Elaine, or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Elaine, your recent exploits have garnered you the attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard of you. Well, yeah, I suppose. I mean, I haven't seen Shiva in Final Fantasy XIV, but I've seen her in other games, and she is quite the catch. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't mind being tempered by Minfilia either. Am I right? I find myself wondering how word of Elaine's deeds spread so quickly. That the immortal flames should know of her triumph is to be expected. But what of the other Grand Companies? Tataru, you lovable little scoundrel, you. Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Trakand. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can face a primal and emerge the victor. I'd be surprised to learn we mostly hate Minfilia. I am guessing that is going to be a story thing, so I would like to find that out on my own. And imagine our pride when we learned that you began your journey as an adventurer in our own Gridania. Know that the people hold you in high esteem, and that you will always be welcome among us. She's just annoying. I haven't seen that. Oh! Yeah, pray return to the waking sands. The fact... well, I don't think that's Minfilia's problem. More so the developer's problem to put the waking sands in what is basically a bloody remote location. Like, have it put next to a crystal at least. Yeah, I kind of remember that. Like, annoying. But that is not Minfilia's problem though. Anyways, knowing that the people hold you in high esteem and that you will always be welcome among us. There is a law reason why it isn't near a crystal. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, they want to be away from prying eyes, right? But you would think that as soon as they would come out and become public, they would move to a more useful location. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant women such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Mr. Strakand. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. A woman of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Uldar. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa to the shores of glory. Now, quick question. Does it really matter in the grand scheme of things which one of these grand companies you pick? Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding. Mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the grand companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of the respective city-states in times of strife. Not really, and yes, Maelstrom, or you're wrong. Well, what are glams? There are presently 3 such organizations in Eosia: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominsa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Uldar. Close. Oh. Now, Kuroi, that is unfair. I love clothes, especially good-looking ones. I even kept my starter gear because they look amazing. Maelstrom has the best final jacket. The others look like fireman coats. Well, I must admit, I was going to pick Twin Adder, but that's mostly because my character is oh god, what's the name? Viera. And as far as I'm aware, the Viera are from the woods, so woods would be a good pick. But I do have a good. I kind of want to follow fashion. On the other hand, Limsa Lominsa is also kind of annoying, as in, like, where all the aetherite crystals are and everything. Fashion is the true endgame in 14. Dang it. And the Drin says, I think all the Grand Company clans are ugly anyway. How do I do a poll actually? Can I... I don't even know how to do that. Yes! Yes, let's do that. Also, show me the Twin Adder jacket, if you can. I mean, I suppose there are some things on the internet. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so. And yet, I concede that it is no small choice you face. Sent. I will go check. Ooh, that is pretty. Let me go and show you all. Hold on. Maelstrom jacket. Save. Add image. Okay. And there we go. To be honest, I do think that's really pretty. Do you also have one for the Twin Adder jacket by any chance? Ah, a thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? Okay, Kuroi, thanks for dropping by. See you next time. A fine suggestion. You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let Elaine hear our leader speak, then return here with her decision. And with Kuroi's absence, I am going to check real quick if I can find this Twin Adder glam. Yeah. Nope. I think I'm... We eagerly await your answer. I am not going to make my choice just quite yet. I know full well that the adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service. But I strongly urge you to join a grand company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power wielding, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet however vigilant you are but one woman. In the midst of a grand company, however, you will be one woman amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Eorzea's changing lane, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Tataru. That means I need to go outside for a little bit. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting lately. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly, and often, to a few too many people. Next time, I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Britannia's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services, and Elder Seed Seer Khan Esena will deliver her address at Mikato's Amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it is possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there is not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Ul'dah, where Flame General Roban al-Din will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merylwit Bluffiswin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry Xanthane, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. Let's go to Gridania first. Wait, I can go to... let's go to Gridania. Kato's Amphitheater. However, before I continue, unfortunately I do have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. Toodles! And I'm back. Let's jump straight into the first Remembrance Service here in Gridania.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hure and the Ellison settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer.
Why is he talking over?
The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hure and Ellison. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness.
Yes,
And it
like
was
that.
we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat.
Mm-hmm.
5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity.
Damned and bound.
The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable, so beleaguered from within and without. It is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the highways without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
Yep. Will do.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike.
You know, it's kind of funny that at this time I'm focusing on the background and I see leaves moving and the shadows they cast are moving and oh, this is so pretty.
Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood.
No.
Let none be mistaken. The Guardians remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united.
Sorry about that.
Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children.
Here, here.
What will be done? It's up to us to protect the forest.
All the elementals!
Good speech. This will be one that will be hard to top for Merwin. I am sure I will not join the Grand Company of Ul'dah because I do not quite like the system that they have in place.
If you'll permit me, Alfie, no. and my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal governor. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians. Until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the Primal Rama. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Well, perhaps we will find out, if the Elder Seedseer's words fell on fertile ground. Okay, on to Ul'dah. And I need to do something about my nose, so give me 1 second. Sorry about that, it was starting to run away with me. Royal Promenade. Hustings. Okay. Ethernet. Rule. There we go.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanima herself!
And Roban as well!
Well, we knew Roban was going to be there.
Hark, you souls of flame! Draw on to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
But we didn't expect the Sultana to be there.
Hurrah! Raban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold.
I'm going to start putting this on auto.
Where by the grace and glory of Nalthar have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
Whoa!
At the flame
Everyone
general's
expects
back lies the
refugees.
Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests.
I don't like this grandstanding though.
If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous?
Okay.
I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall.
Yeah, true this.
Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond.
The words of a would-be
Now is the
conqueror.
time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
True words.
Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Although,
Your Grace.
Raban?
it's rather the other way around, isn't it? As the people prosper, so shall Ul'dah. And as Ul'dah prosper,
People of Ul'dah, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people.
that I can agree with.
Beloved subjects, I for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn!
If it had been just the Sultana,
forsooth,
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
if it had just been the Sultana, I might have actually joined them. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the Primal Ifrit. Judging by a look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If Orb threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Uldar has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amaljas are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldans send their force to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the immortal flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. I really wonder who actually are these Alphino and Alison. Limsa for the last one. I think up here. Take the lift. There we are. Zantail. Here to attend the remembrance service. Be quick. The Admiral is due to give her address at any moment. Sure thing.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
What have you to say to convince me?
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Gallian Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
Really?
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishbuck
The Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Gallian Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Gather the lads!
That is...
I'll follow ye to the 7 hells, Admiral!
one powerful address. But that brings me no closer to making my decision. Maelstrom or Twin Adder?
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Lominsa is plagued by 2 beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshipper of worshippers of the Primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the Primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Galeans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominson's backyard. And that is to say naught of internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Galeans whet their blades and watch. If the Lominsons are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threats dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom standard will be trenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Elaine, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope? Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies? Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Silence, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. Yep. It is, as Adrin and Kuroi mentioned before, there's gonna be a lot of that. Hurry back. Oh God, I forgot the chocobo again. I am so used to doing this on foot. Oh well. Too late to turn back now. One last tunnel. And there we have it. The Waking Silence. Hi there, Tatter. Welcome back, Elaine. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Elaine. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the calamity and Seventh Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the calamity? No, dear Alizé, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them.
Probably.
Deep are the wounds the calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience.
Grandfather?
There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I need to find it.
Okay.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say, we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady! We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Sure would hope so. Now I do have to make a choice. However, I think I am going to leave that choice for next time. I do have a couple of groceries I need to run, and a few errands I need to do. So I think I shall be seeing if there is anyone available for raid, and well, let's go with Puppery. Puppery is a streamer that I've followed for a while. She often tends to stream Elden Ring, but at the current time she is actually streaming Elder Scrolls Oblivion. So yeah, let's go in and say hi. And as for you, I will hope to see you again sometime in the future. Goodbye.